Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2024 London CMF Select. It's a pleasure to host you here today. My name is Mohammed Islam, as we gather to explore the collaborations between Saudi Arabia and the UK capital markets. We have a packed agenda featuring some esteemed speakers who will discuss key topics today, including investment strategies, regulatory landscapes, and the integration of sustainability into financial services. To kick off our program, I would like to invite the Lord Mayor of the City of London, the Right Honourable Professor Michael Manley, to deliver his opening speech.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, Minister, Sheriffs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sabah el-Khair. There's a wonderful Arabic proverb that teaches us, a house divided cannot stand. And as the 695th Lord Mayor of London, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all to this house, Mansion House, the home of Lord Mayors since 1752, or as it has sometimes been described, the grandest Georgian council house in the land. Now, living in this temporary accommodation, I'm not sure if that makes me a tenant, a squatter, or a custodian. But in any event, with 3 days left in this mayoralty, I'm delighted that we're able to host this inaugural CMF Select dialogue before my tenancy expires. Today is designed to deepen cooperation between Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom. Now, as Lord Mayor, one serves as an international ambassador for the UK's professional and financial services sector. And during this one-year term, you get to lead the City of London Corporation, which I affectionately refer to, quite accurately, as the world's oldest democratic workers' and residents' cooperative. We've been holding elections continuously here since the 7th century. Now, my father worked in Saudi Arabia in the late 70s, and I have always enjoyed my numerous visits to the kingdom and value the connections that have been made there. That includes my most recent trip, which was in April, where I had the opportunity to travel to the World Economic Forum to discuss opportunities for further investment. Opportunities not just here in the UK, but increasingly for inward UK investment in the kingdom too, and not least guided by Vision 2030, the strategy for Saudi's economic and social transformation. In June, the City of London was delighted to pay host as well to the UK-Saudi Infrastructure Summit. And just last week, my colleague on the Court of Aldermen, Alderman Tim Hales, represented me in Riyadh for the 8th edition of the Future Investment Initiative. And while there, our team looked at ways to advance the MISA, the City Corporation, and the UK Department for Business and Trade, the work that they're doing to undertake an increase in trade and investment flows and deliver Vision 2030. Now, Vision 2030 excites me. As an architect and an engineer, it is about making good an ambition to build modern, safe cities, an ambition illustrated by Saudi Arabia's foray into new technologies like AI and the kingdom's demonstrable commitment to its ethical development. Vision 2030 will also propel Saudi Arabia forward on its path to net zero and meeting broader climate and sustainability targets. And taken together, these projects are not just about bricks and mortar, but about a higher quality of life and a safer, more sustainable legacy for future generations. It can be all too easy to forget that strategies like Vision 2030 aren't delivered by governments or silos, but by people working together across languages, across time zones, and across continents to deliver meaningful change. Now, I said a moment ago, a house divided cannot stand. And it's equally clear that unconnected, we cannot thrive. And that's why the theme this year has been Connect to Prosper, trying to celebrate the many knowledge miles that flow through our square mile and out to our connections and friends around the world. We've been showcasing the City of London as the world's coffee house, a place where people come together to find solutions to the planet's biggest challenges. Each of the 6 initiatives that are part of Connect to Prosper depend on those connections, whether it's space debris removal insurance bonds, smart economy networks, constructing science, mental health, sustainable finance, or ethical AI. I might point out that one of those initiatives in particular, the space debris removal insurance bonds, was launched here in June with, in fact, a Saudi woman, Dr. Manahel Tabet, who actually launched it here with Baroness Scotland, and the 56 nations of the Commonwealth have actually signed up to this program. So indeed, to anyone who can't see the importance of connections in developing things, I would just also point to AI, and I would remind them of Amos Tversky's quip, "My colleagues, they study artificial intelligence. I study natural stupidity." And one of the things in here is we've got to rise to that challenge, and rising to that challenge, again, means making connections. Now, Saudi and the UK already share close connections in traditional sectors like defense and energy, but we're moving into fintech, clean energy, and infrastructure. And that friendship was recently reiterated at Great Futures, the 2-day celebration that took place in Riyadh in May. It saw the largest UK delegation to the kingdom in a decade. 450 firms experiencing firsthand the ambition and energy of Vision 2030. And I must say, when they came back here to London, I was stunned at how many had never been and how many remarked at how exciting they found it. So our message today is really a simple one. We want to deepen partnerships and work together. And I might just take as a further example the London Stock Exchange and its sustainable bond market, where Saudi Arabia has already listed over $12 billion worth of bonds. Or the London insurance market, renowned as the largest commercial insurance and reinsurance hub, with deep and specialist expertise, where Saudi is increasing its insurance sector rapidly. So taken together, I would say that London is a one-stop shop for those looking for capital and expertise to help them deliver their goals. And that's clearly why you're here today. Well, I started with an Arabic proverb, so allow me to finish with another. Do not delay today's work for tomorrow. So my sincere thanks to the Saudi Tadawul Group and His Majesty's government for co-hosting this important dialogue, and to all of our speakers today, including especially Poppy Gustafsson, the UK's Minister for Investment. The Minister's attendance this morning, less than a month into her new role, underlines just how much our government values the economic ties between our two nations. But most importantly, my thanks to all of you for joining us. I wish you a productive and insightful CMF Select. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, for your words. I'm now honored to welcome the chairperson of the Saudi Tadawul Group, Mrs. Sara Ashami.
Good morning. The Right Honourable Lord Mayor of City of London, Alderman Professor Michael Mainelli, Minister of State for Investment of the United Kingdom, Mrs. Poppy Gustafsson, His Excellency Chairman of the Capital Market Authority of Saudi Arabia, Mr. Mohammed Al-Gweiz, Economic Secretary of the Treasury and City Minister, Mrs. Tulip Siddiq, and distinguished guests. Good morning. It's a privilege to be here to open our first CMF Select titled Saudi-UK Dialogue. This gathering is a testament to the enduring and evolving partnership between our two nations. A partnership grounded in mutual respect, shared values, and a common vision for the future. Standing here at Mansion House, I am reminded that stock exchanges started out in coffee houses, some only meters away from this very spot, where brokers would gather to exchange information as well as trade shares. It therefore feels appropriate that we are coming together today in that same spirit of exchange, seeking to unlock opportunities for our mutual benefit. And those opportunities abound. In 2023, trade between Saudi Arabia and the UK hit record level, exceeding £17.3 billion in the year. But this only represents a fraction of the opportunity. In fact, in May this year, as part of Great Futures campaign in Riyadh, the Saudi-UK strategic partnership set a target to increase bilateral trade to £30 billion by 2030. We see that our capital markets are central to driving this growth. Over the past few years, the Saudi capital market has opened up to foreign investors. Supported by the introduction of new regulations and infrastructure, we have seen qualified foreign investors numbers rising significantly since the launch of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 and the Financial Sector Development Program. To put that increase in perspective, in 2017, there were only 50 qualified foreign investors. Today, that number exceeds 4,000 by the end of last quarter. And the UK ranks amongst our most active source markets for QFIs. As at the end of the third quarter this year, it accounted for 79% of QFI trades by value on the Saudi exchange, making it one of our top 3 global markets, a position which it has held consistently in recent years. The UK's high trading volume on the Saudi exchange are tribute to the close relationship between the two nations and the significant opportunities for investors in our market. Meanwhile, London's position as a global financial center has continued to attract Saudi companies. Indeed, since 2022 alone, Saudi issuers have raised over £55 billion of capital in London. So we are committed to fostering deeper connections between Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom capital markets. Today's dialogue is a great leap in this process. And it won't stop today. We will continue to work together in the months and years ahead to foster our ties. In fact, I'm delighted to announce that we will be partnering with the London Stock Exchange Group to bring the Capital Markets Forum to London in 2026. But for now, to come back to today's CMF Select event, it is designed to forge connections, explore collaborative initiatives, and leverage our combined expertise so that together we can ultimately create more interconnected and resilient global markets. I look forward, therefore, to a day of insightful discussions that will pave the way for a prosperous and inclusive future for both our markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. As-Sahami. Your insights truly set the tone for today's discussion, and really exciting news to hear about the CMF London in 2026, one that I'm sure many of us are excited about, and a milestone that promises great opportunities ahead. We're now privileged to have the Minister of State for Investment of the United Kingdom, Ms. Poppy Gustafson, for a keynote dialogue on His Majesty's government on investment strategies and opportunities for Saudi-UK collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you for that warm introduction, Your Excellency. And let me start by extending my sincere thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Stock Exchange for bringing us all together. Today is about promoting the wealth of trade, business, and investment ties between our two great economies. And I hope the attendance by not one, but two government ministers underscores our commitment to strengthening those ties further. Now, this Saudi-UK dialogue is taking place hot on the heels of the Future Investment Initiative in Riyadh. And I'd like to congratulate the Saudi government on holding another hugely successful conference. The UK delegation included my colleague, the Minister for Trade, Douglas Alexander, alongside the CEO of UK Export Finance. It comprised leaders from the UK's leading businesses, banks and institutions, including HSBC, Standard Chartered, and the London Stock Exchange. Why? Because we greatly value the UK-Saudi relationship, a relationship which cuts across trade, services, finance, security, and so many other areas of mutual interest. The UK is proud to be one of the largest investors into Saudi Arabia. Nearly 1,100 British firms operate there, and more than 50 UK companies are establishing regional headquarters in Riyadh. And we remain the only Western country to offer an instant online visa service for Saudi citizens. Over 500,000 Saudis have used it since it went live a couple of years ago. But our trading relationship is very much a two-way street. Saudi Arabia has shown that London remains the destination of choice as an international capital market hub. And Saudi issuers have raised approximately £60 billion of capital in the city over the last 2 years alone. Much of this was driven by green, social, and sustainable finance. We're talking about historic transactions, like PIF's debut bond issuance, the first ever green bond issuance by PIF, and the first ever 100-year green bond issuance too. This success is owed, in part, to the close institutional relationships forged between our two stock exchanges. We want to do everything that we can to build on this relationship and encourage more joint listings. And that same spirit of deepening collaboration goes for our wider trading relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia too. Indeed, as a statement of our growing UK-Saudi ties, many of you will know, as we heard about earlier, that we hosted the Great Futures event in Riyadh earlier this year. The festival focused on partnerships and prosperity, building networks and connections between the UK's most innovative and ambitious companies and thought leaders in Saudi Arabia. And as part of the Vision 2030 initiative, we're strengthening cooperation in so many areas of mutual interest. We want to strengthen our partnerships in healthcare with the recent opening of King's College Hospital in Jeddah. Plans for a second hospital in Riyadh are progressing too. We are forging new links in the education sector as well. 7 UK schools, including King's College and Reigate Grammar School, have either established or are establishing a presence in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we've reaffirmed our shared objective to double the number of education institutions by next year. Clean energy is another vital area that we're trying to deepen our partnership. It's one of the 8 growth-driving sectors within our new industrial strategy. So we want to work with companies from both kingdoms to accelerate our net zero ambitions. Alphanar is a brilliant example of this work in action. They are currently developing a £1.5 billion sustainable aviation fuel facility in the northeast of England. It's a potential game changer for the entire aviation industry. And finally, in our fast-growing fintech sectors, we're seeing unprecedented levels of cooperation between Saudi and British firms. I know FinTech 2024 in Riyadh was one of the biggest events for the sector in the city's history, with some 40,000 people in attendance. We recognise just how important FinTech is to achieving our bilateral trade agreements, 30 billion of increased trade by the end of this decade. And we want to work with you to drive growth and investment for firms here in the UK and in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia too. The UK government has made no secret about its ambitions to pursue growth-accelerating free trade with countries around the world. That very much includes the Gulf Cooperation Council, currently the UK's 7th largest export market, with total trade worth £59 billion. And negotiations to secure a comprehensive and ambitious FTA with the GCC is very much underway. So, that's what lies ahead. The UK strengthening our long-standing partnership and ensuring that the trade and investment relationship between our economies continues to flourish now and for many decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Gustafsson, for outlining the incredible prospects and collaborations between the two nations. I drive past the King's College Hospital in Jeddah every day, and I'm happy to say that it looks about ready to be open anytime soon. So that's it's exciting. Next, we'd like to move on to our next keynote speech, where the Economic Secretary to the Treasury, Mrs. Tulip Siddiq, will discuss ongoing cooperations between His Majesty's Treasury and the Saudi Ministry of Finance on financial services.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today. I'm Tulip Siddiq, I'm the Economic Secretary to the Treasury, and I'm particularly pleased that we're meeting here today at Mansion House, because there's no more important a venue for financial services policy than this historic building that we're sitting in today. And being here speaks volumes about the deepening relationship between our two kingdoms. This is where the Chancellor herself will set out the plans for the UK's financial services sector in just a few days, right on the heels of last week's budget, which you probably saw being announced quite a lot across the world. We were very clear that investment is a vital part of addressing the growth challenge and one of the key pillars of the Chancellor's growth mission, alongside stability and reform. And at last week's budget, the Chancellor set out measures to deliver on this mission. Our new investment fiscal rule recognises that financial assets generated by investment, not just the costs, allowing the government to deliver the step change needed in investment spending while keeping debt on a sustainable path. This included an over £100 billion increase in public investment over the next 5 years. And at the International Investment Summit in October, which I know some of you in the room attended, we also announced the National Wealth Fund, which will invest alongside businesses in the jobs, industries, and infrastructure of the future. The international business community has put its confidence in the UK's growth potential, committing £63 billion around the International Investment Summit. And the government will deliver on commitments, with the Chancellor confirming £27.8 billion of capitalisation for the National Wealth Fund, which is expected to catalyse over £70 billion of private investment. This is policy at pace, and I support that because I know what's driving it. The number one mission of our government is sustained and meaningful economic growth. And it's clear that the UK-Saudi financial services relationship is key to delivering it. Our relationship is also historic, as many of you will know. HSBC and Standard Chartered have had a physical presence in KSA for decades, and more UK firms are establishing physical presences in the kingdom. And the figures speak for themselves if you look at them. UK KSA trade was worth £17.3 billion in 2023. That's over a third of all UK trade with the GCC for that year alone. And Saudi issuers have raised over £55.9 billion of capital in London since 2022. I take particular pride in this as someone who grew up in London and is a London MP as well. And both our stock exchanges have gone from strength to strength, with the KSA issuing £12 billion of bonds on the LSE earlier this year, and Tadawul now ranks the 9th biggest exchange in the world. So it's right that we have built on those foundations, for example, through our recent MOU and the resulting agreement to strengthen collaboration between our capital markets. And I know that the officials from both kingdoms have been working closely together to deliver on that particular objective, and yesterday's positive roundtable discussions are a testament to that. But I do know that we should and can go further on this as well. And that's why we've committed to an ambitious programme of reforms to support firms and investors from both our kingdoms. And next week, the Chancellor will set out how she will work in partnership with industry and regulators, providing the much-needed stability that the sector needs to grow and deliver the reform that we need to prosper. But for now, let me begin by discussing some of the reforms we have already delivered, as well as the ones that we're working on to progress. Notably, our recent work alongside the FCA to make the most significant reform to the UK's listings regime in over 3 decades, simplifying the regime with a single category for commercial equity listings to support a range of companies to invest, removing frictions to further growth for listed companies by relaxing rules on dual-class share structures and removing shareholder votes on related party transactions, increasing flexibility and accessibility for international companies with the new secondary category listings for non-UK equity shares. But be in no doubt, please, for our Saudi partners who are looking to global markets to support their business, there is no better destination to be reaching international investors. The ambition of Vision 2030 is hugely impressive, and London has the capital raising capacity to meet that ambition. It's already the home of successful international debt insurers from the kingdom, including the Public Investment Fund and Saudi Aramco. And this is no small part due to the progressive and welcoming regulatory environment for international issuers. We've also delivered key reforms to the regulation of world-leading fixed incomes and derivatives markets, including commodities markets, by removing requirements that unnecessarily undermine trading and liquidity. As a result, our regulatory regime is now more simple, more flexible, and better supports the trading of global assets here in the UK. And finally, we have empowered the FCA to rewrite the rules for prospectuses. This will allow companies and investors from both our kingdoms to access better quality information and raise funds more quickly. The final change to the rules will be published next year. But for everyone in these rooms, I want you to know that these measures, while necessary, are not by themselves sufficient to deepen our economic relationship in the way that we all want to see. The seeds of a strengthened capital markets relationship are there. But like all seeds, they need support from a wider ecosystem to truly thrive. One that welcomes investors with open arms whilst giving them space to grow. And that's why we're expanding the Office for Investment to make UK the best place in the world for international investors. Better serving the needs of investors, unblocking barriers with a bespoke triage service and practical advice to support investors to navigate processes like securing planning permission, electricity grid connections, and workforce talent, of course. I know that my colleague, the Minister for Investment, has already spoken in detail about this, but we want everyone in this room to know that the new government is open for business, is open for investment. And finally, I'd like to return to the Chancellor's upcoming speech, which will be in Mansion House on the 14th of November. In just a few days, in this same historic building, the Chancellor will set out how the government can work in partnership with the financial services industry and regulators to deliver growth, the #1 mission of this government. This includes providing the stability that the sector needs to grow, delivering the reform that it needs to prosper, and providing the support it needs to drive more investment across the country. This is an incredibly exciting time for the sector and for our two countries, and I look forward to working with you further in the future. And just before I finish, the last time I went to Saudi Arabia was 30 years ago, so I think I need to plan a trip quite in the future, I think. 30 years ago was a long time, and I know it's massively changed, so I look forward to coming in my new role, not as a teenager performing Umrah, and to see Saudi Arabia properly again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Siddiq. I'm now fortunate enough to have a short Q&A with His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Al Guwais, Chairman of the Capital Market Authority of Saudi Arabia, where we'll be touching on the enhancement of Saudi-UK capital market integration.
السلام عليكم.
Thank you for your time in this conversation. To kick off, if I was to ask you what role do you see the CMA is having in driving Saudi Arabia's broader economic diversification plans through market reforms and international collaboration, how would you approach that?
Thank you very much, Mohammed. It's a pleasure to be sharing the stage with you. I actually never told you this. I'm a big fan. For those of you who don't know, Mohammed runs the leading English language podcast about Saudi Arabia and Saudi business. And many of us, even those who speak Arabic, are big fans and followers.
Thank you very much. I wasn't expecting that. But
many of the stories around Saudi Arabia usually, at least in the recent years, start with Vision 2030. So maybe that's a good place to start. Because in your question, you mentioned a key word, which is diversification. And I think that is what the key has been for Vision 2030. Vision 2030 has really been about diversifying the Saudi economy from our historic reliance on hydrocarbons. And when you think about this path of diversification, two things come to mind. One is if you want to diversify into other sectors and other industries, you need to start in areas where you have a competitive advantage. And the second is whichever sectors you start, you need financing, and you need a lot of financing and a lot of investment. So let's start with the first, which is competitive advantage. Outside of hydrocarbons, if you actually rank areas of competitive advantage for Saudi Arabia that we can compete on regionally and globally, a few things come out. The first is obviously tourism, and actually the preceding speaker talked about one of the key reasons why tourism is a big source. Saudi Arabia literally has the Mecca of religious tourist destinations. But the thinking around tourism has been limited, and Vision 2030 has unleashed the potential of tourism and our outward orientation for tourism, whether it's accepting international visas, etc. And actually a very, very similar story, if you go down the list of competitive advantages of the country outside of hydrocarbons, is the country's financial services. We have the largest financial system in the region, the deepest capital market in the region, the most diverse investor pools in the region, and obviously I'm biased as the regulator, but we believe one of the best regulated markets in the region. But similar to tourism, our financial system was historically viewed as a public utility, which means it is a product that is to be consumed by local investors, local issuers, via local intermediaries. And it is the increase of aspirations that came from Vision 2030 that unleashed the potential of the country's financial system, and as a consequence started to increase the linkages with the outside world. And that actually came at the right time because the forecasts from now till Vision 2030 is that the country will require about $3 trillion of investment in order to achieve the milestones of building new sectors, building new industries, and indeed building new cities, entirely new cities. And that growth in aspiration has seen our capital market grow from something around 2.5–3 trillion of capital to now over 10 billion of capital. Now, this is largely informed by a large IPO that we had in 2019, which is the largest IPO still in history, but it is equally informed by the plethora of IPOs that have been coming to the market, where Saudi Arabia has become one of the largest markets for IPOs in the world. Now, in line with this increasing growth in the market, the size and the diversity of the market, where we've actually grown from roughly the 23rd, 24th largest market in the world to now around the 8th largest market in the world, has become an increased openness to the outside world, where we've moved from almost exclusively local investors to now slightly over $125 billion of foreign investment and growing. And it is actually quite opportune that Saudi Arabia has been opening up to the outside world in a context where many of the other countries around the world have been closing down. And I think this does not reduce, but actually increases the potential for countries that continue to be open, that continue to be a platform, and that is actually a page that we have taken and we continue to take from the lessons of the UK, both as a country and as a financial system.
Thank you for that. Bringing it closer to where we are geographically, what kind of steps do you see the CMA putting together to strengthen collaborations between Saudi Arabia and the UK capital markets to promote cross-border investments?
Well, Mohammed, if we think that, again, if we look at it in the two realms of sectoral composition and financing needs, actually the UK has a significant role to play on both dimensions. So I talked about the growth in foreign investment, and maybe Sarah talked in her introductory remarks about the importance of the UK. But if I can just add to it, a full 10% of the foreign investment that has come into Saudi Arabia is investment that originates from the UK. And that is largely a function of the global importance of the UK as a global hub for financial services, but importantly for asset management around the world, particularly asset management in emerging markets like Saudi Arabia. The same is true, we find, in capital intermediation. So if we look at the biggest growth we have seen is in revenue generated from international firms in the capital intermediation space, whether they're investment banks, asset managers, financial advisors, et cetera. And today, a fully 40% of that revenue to foreign firms goes to firms from the UK. And actually, a case in point is the example of HSBC. HSBC has started with one of the earliest investments in Saudi Arabia, and today has been one of the biggest beneficiaries of all of the business that has come across to Saudi Arabia and from Saudi Arabia as a result of its early presence. It continues to be one of the largest in the world, but most importantly, the directionality of their services has changed. HSBC has viewed themselves as an originator of assets from Saudi Arabia. As the aspiration level for Saudi increased, HSBC has viewed itself increasingly as a gateway to Saudi Arabia for international capital.
How can the CMA support the growth of the emerging sectors that you just mentioned about? And what role does international partnerships play in this process?
Well, Mohammed, I would say we actually went through two stages in this growth trajectory. The first phase was for us to catch up in actually reflecting the reality of the Saudi economy. Because for the longest time, the structure of our capital markets didn't reflect the structure of our economy. And let me give you an example. We were historically we remain one of the biggest exporters of hydrocarbons in the world. Our capital market until quite recently didn't have an oil stock. So increasingly, the first phase was about to mirror the economy of today and build additional sectors. We are now refocusing on how do we fund the sectors of tomorrow. And this is where you see things like the ICT sector, for example. The ICT sector, if we exclude telecoms, which have and continue to be a large component of the stock market, actually had a market cap of around 30 million riyals. As of last year, it has a market cap of around 30 billion riyals. And it's largely a function of more companies coming in, more companies raising capital, and that is the reflection of future financing needs in the future. The same is true if you think of financial technology, which is a topic that was raised a lot. That is an example, and that is actually one of the sectors that had probably the shortest lead time from initiation to flotation in our capital market, where we already have several financial technology businesses that have gone public. And actually, this necessitation to fund new sectors and new industries has required that we actually create a completely separate market, which is our Numu market. Numu is Arabic for growth, that funds newer companies, newer sectors, newer industries. And that market is today actually one of the fastest growing markets in terms of number of listings and number of applications. But it also necessitated us to go a step further, which is to facilitate venture capital funding. Because for many of these newer sectors and newer industries, you need much earlier seed level capital. And that is actually an area where we saw the most significant growth, where Saudi Arabia actually moved from a venture capital industry not worth mentioning a few years ago to now the largest venture capital industry in the Middle East region. And actually, the growth in the venture capital industry creates a virtuous cycle with these new sectors, because fully 50% of venture capital investment has gone to financial technology as probably one of the biggest sectors. And again, the growth in financial technology industry leads to the growth in fintech. And actually accelerating this cycle, not just for internal capital, but to attract external capital, has been what the capital market has been all about.
You took me right into my next question, which is on the subject of liquidity. What strategies are being implemented to enhance liquidity in the Saudi capital market, and how can collaborations with the UK contribute to such efforts?
Well, Mohammed, when we talk about liquidity, we have to reflect on the fact that in line with the growth of aspirations of the Saudi capital market and the Saudi economy overall, liquidity has also grown in tandem. So if we take the start of Vision 2030, average daily liquidity in the Saudi stock market was roughly about $900 million a day. Today, that has almost doubled. So by the end of 2023, it's about 1.5 billion of daily traded values. This is notwithstanding the recent increase in interest rates, because increase in interest rates generally have a dampening effect on liquidity. Now, this growth in liquidity is largely a function of the growth in our capital markets, but it's also a function of the macro changes that have been happening in the Saudi capital markets in the past few years, whether it's the increase in pipeline of IPOs, which is a big draw for liquidity, whether it's opening up the market to international investment. And as a result of opening up the market to international investment, we have started to see a change in investor composition. Historically, over almost 90% of traded values on the Saudi Stock Exchange were individual investors. Today, that proportion is about 60-40. So 40% is institutional investment. And part of that institutional investment is new categories of institutional investors that didn't exist in the past. So now, today, fully about a quarter of traded values are algorithmic trading, which really didn't exist a few years ago. And actually, our expectation is as we start to add more levers to increase liquidity, the most notable of which is market making, where Tadawul actually has launched a market making regime a few years ago, and we've already started to see several market makers, not just local but foreign market makers, play an increasing role in providing liquidity. Our expectation is that level of liquidity is likely to increase even further. And one point I'd like to mention on the point of liquidity, because this might actually take it back to our relationship with the UK, one of the biggest milestones in Saudi Arabia attracting foreign capital wasn't opening up the market to international investment, because that's just simply a regulatory change. The biggest milestone is getting added on global indices. And it was actually FTSE's decision, a UK-based firm, to include Saudi Arabia as part of their emerging market indices that was the true gateway for international investment to come into Saudi Arabia. So in that particular capacity, London and the UK truly served for Saudi Arabia as a gateway to the world and to global capital. And for that, we have to say thank you.
We do, indeed. Maybe I can end on this question. You know, we heard a strong delegation from the UK in Riyadh back in May, 400 people. You know, you look around the room, you see how excited people are to be here. We also touched on how easy it was to get the visas for Saudi. I know I got mine in about an hour online. What does the next 5 years look like for you? If I was to ask you, how excited are you of the future between the two countries? Where do you stand on that?
So I'm sure everyone knows the degree of cultural affinity between the two countries. But when we look slightly deeper at our respective financial systems, we find that the affinity is actually even deeper. So let me give you a couple of examples. First of all, our language of operations in the financial system is English, which makes this actually easier than European countries. Our capital market laws are heavily influenced by financial regulations that were derived from the UK. The same is true with our reporting standards. We both report in IFRS. The same is true in our governance standards. They're very, very similar. So already the level of harmonization between the two countries is actually more than people imagine. But if I actually project forward, I would imagine and I would hope to see a lot more linkages between the two exchanges in terms, and I know there's a lot of discussion on dual listings of companies, and we haven't seen any yet, but I think a more reasonable and more tangible first step is dual listing of investment products, because the UK is a significant financial center and listing of investment products, and that is a role that Saudi Arabia is increasingly playing in and can benefit for. And actually our most recent experience with Hong Kong, for example, on dually listed investment products and the success, very rapid success that we've seen, is an example that we can easily replicate here in the UK. And the second very notable area is talent and capabilities. Because actually, when we started this journey, we thought the bottleneck was capital. I mentioned $3 trillion. As we have progressed, we have clearly noticed that our bottleneck is talent and capabilities. And it is truly an advantage of the UK and of London to be the global epicenter of financial capabilities and the well from which not only Saudi Arabia, but many other countries wanting to build their financial system can derive. And this is not just directly in the financial system, this is also in supplementary services like legal services, accounting services, auditing services. I cannot describe to you how many global benchmarks that included the UK as a case example for us to learn from and benefit from. And that just illustrates the degree of integration and affinity between those two countries.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for your points and for your time. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Gwais.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, Your Excellency. We move on to our first panel of the day, titled Unleashing Capital Market Potential, that will explore diverse investment opportunities and examine the latest trends in shaping our capital markets. This session is moderated by Ms. Nicola Watkinson, Managing Director of International team at the City UK. The panel will delve into these opportunities and discuss the dynamics transforming the market landscape. She's joined on stage by Mr. Charlie Walker, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the London Stock Exchange, Mr. Lee Hodgkinson, Mr. Lee Hodgkinson, who's the Group Chief Strategy Officer at the Saudi Tadawul Group, and finally, Mr. Faris Al-Ghannam, Chief Executive Officer of HSBC Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for joining us for this session now that we're going to focus on really diving into some of the capital market questions. First of all, please let me introduce myself. I'm Nicola Watkinson. I'm the Managing Director of International at the City UK. And we really represent the whole ecosystem of financial and professional services of companies based here in the UK. And it won't be a surprise to any of you to know that, of course, the capital markets work and the relationship with Saudi are two very key points in the work that we do. I wanted to just spend a moment really sort of expressing the strength of the relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In our work, we really consult with our members regularly to ask them which markets they see as the highest ones for potential growth, which products and services they see as the areas that they're going to be growing into, and why they would do any of that out of the UK. And we always come up with the fact that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a fast and growing and important partner. It's an area where we're seeing increasing activity along the trade and investment corridor, and an area where we still see enormous room and headroom for growth. So it's a great opportunity to be here today. We already know a lot of the facts and figures about the UK. We know that the UK has the second largest pool of long-term capital in the world. And for those of you who are interested in all these key facts, the City UK produces a lot of reports on this, and you can consult with all of those. We also have a very strong private equity and venture capital market here in the UK, totaling around 250 billion. And in 2022, the UK private equity funds invested 27.5 billion in more than 1,500 UK companies. So we do have a really good tradition to build on here, but we also need to be thinking about how we're going to enable future growth. So through the City UK, and thanks to our work with Schroders, we do have a capital markets group that's looking at a whole range of issues around that. And so it's the perfect time to be coming together to talk to some experts to hear their views on some of these topics. So I'm just going to introduce the panelists very briefly today. First of all, we have on my far left Lee Hodgkinson, who is from the Saudi Exchange, from the Tadawul. He has 35 years experience in the industry and seems to have worked across just about every exchange that there is, from the London Stock Exchange to the Swiss Exchange to the New York Stock Exchange to ICE, and more recently in commodities trading. We're joined also by Charlie Walker, who's the Deputy CEO of the London Stock Exchange. He has been in this role for a number of years. He has a great time since 2018 at the London Stock Exchange, and prior to that he was with JP Morgan Casanova's Equity Capital Markets team. And then next to me, we have Faris Al-Gahan, who is the CEO of HSBC in Saudi Arabia and a board member of HSBC Saudi Arabia as well, and of the Middle East, North Africa and Turkey Executive Committee. He has a greater history in investment banking and capital markets, and will be also able to share his experience from within the marketplace. So what I'm going to do now is really just to open up to some questions. We're going to try and make this as conversational as we can, and I think we should be in for an interesting discussion. So Lee, let me please start with you. The Saudi Arabian capital market has grown significantly in recent years through a large number of domestic IPOs, underpinned by reforms aimed at strengthening the market. Where do you see the biggest opportunities to continue this growth, such as through a greater number of listings or an increase in products and services? And what's being done to attract both the local and the international investor?
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, I think. I think that was the recent Oscar-winning movie that probably best describes the opportunity. I mean, if we just take a moment to look, and I know we've had some speakers already talk about these things. Pre-COVID, there were 50 QFIs in the Saudi market. Today, there are 4,000. Trading volume on an average day has increased fivefold. Algorithmic high-frequency trading is growing at 70% compound. We've had the healthiest IPO pipeline I've seen in my career, almost in perpetuity in the last few years. Last week, we listed 2 Chinese-driven exchange-traded funds. We're advancing in fixed income markets. We've made significant investment into the Gulf Mercantile Exchange alongside CME and other regional players. Tremendous investments into data and analytics. I think post-trade is another environment that we're spending lots of money on. It really is a matter of not what the opportunity is, but where to focus and how to partner with the right clients and providers to make sure that you maximize return. So I think one of the really important outcomes of events like today is that we're able to continue those connections and collaborations. So it's a fantastic time for Saudi Arabia capital markets. And a lot of that business either originates in London or flows through London. So I think the ties bind us quite closely, and there's a lot more to come.
Okay, thank you. And maybe sort of thinking about some of the trends we're seeing here in the UK, Charlie, I might just pass to you. We've obviously seen the global financial landscape being reconfigured quite actively in front of our eyes in recent times. Some of that led by things like the digital transformation, some by things like sustainability investing. Can you talk about some of the key trends that you're seeing and what you think are going to be coming up in the year ahead, maybe in the next sort of future of capital markets? And how is the London Stock Exchange really approaching some of these?
Yeah, and thank you for having me here today. It's hard to think of another time where you've had such change going on in capital markets, both globally and within London. If you think about just a couple of the trends, so one is we're seeing this increasing blurring of the lines, if you like, between public and private. We see private companies getting larger and larger and larger. We see them being able to raise much more capital in the private realm. We see them in some ways operating and reporting like public entities in terms of the quality of their disclosure. We see them with larger shareholder registers. It was just in the news this morning, again, of 2 large UK fintechs that have conducted secondary blocks in the private realm. And so it feels to us like we're going to see these sort of 2 worlds come together more and more. The lines continue to blur between them. So the London Stock Exchange and in the UK, the Chancellor has announced the world's first regulated crossover market called PICES. So this will allow private companies to join the exchange for the first time. They will stay private. They will choose how periodically they'd like their shares traded. In between those windows, they're fully private, and when they come into the window, they'll be public. And so it uses all of the existing public markets, pipes and plumbing. So any sophisticated investor in the world who can buy a share on the London Stock Exchange will be able to buy a share in a private company for the first time. So I think the way that we're tending to think about capital markets going forward is that we've tended to think of things as cliff edges. You're either public or you're private, and the regulations are sort of written that way. We think in the future, capital markets will become more of a funding continuum. You'll have different markets that suit different companies at different stages of their life cycle, and they'll be able to sort of move in between those. So that's on the public to private sort of piece. The other big theme we're seeing in sort of traditional public markets, if you like, has been the increasing prioritization that countries around the world are placing on their domestic capital markets. They see it increasingly, understandably, and I think rightly, as being part of their own economic sovereignty. They want global champions to be listed domestically, regulated domestically, and they really do place an emphasis on developing domestic capital markets, again, completely rationally. And so I think the world that we're moving into is one where partnerships are going to be much, much more important. Partnerships where there is mutual benefit to both capital market centres. And so you'll see, I suspect you'll see much more governments to governments, regulators to regulators, exchanges to exchanges, forming partnerships where there's mutual benefit to companies being able to access potentially differential pools of liquidity in different markets, and less of the sort of free-for-all, if you like, in terms of companies going outside of domestic markets that you've seen in the past. We saw that before COVID. We actually saw it accelerate during COVID, and that's sort of big theme. And then you mentioned digitization, certainly. Digitization of share registers, tokenization of shares is a big theme. I don't know if that's within the next year. We tend to think of that as being slightly longer term. ESG, clearly, a big emphasis there. So when you put all of that together, I'm sure there's more, but it's quite an exciting time.
Yes. Did you want to come in, Lee?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I'd be interested in Faris's view on this, because I think Charlie's right about the blurring of boundaries. I mean, if you think about the opportunity for us in Riyadh to act as a pivot between East and West, those boundaries are less, binary, and they're multipolar in that sense. So I think one of the sort of skill sets that operators of exchanges need to develop is that ability to really provide strategic optionality for clients depending on those various liquidity pools. And it's why, we did a version of CMF in Hong Kong earlier this year, and as our chair said today, we're coming to London to do the big one in 2 years. But I mean, a firm that knows all about acting as a pivot between East and West is HSBC, and we do a lot of work, I think, between us all on that pivot. And I think that is, Charlie's right, that's where there's a significant commercial opportunity for those who've got the right capabilities to execute.
Yeah, let me first, actually, before I comment, just express my pleasure to be here in this very distinguished place, actually. I was looking around, and it's amazing to be here and meet you all. And yes, it's fantastic to be a global British bank in Saudi Arabia right now, if that's what you mean, Lee. London is one of the most important global hubs for managers around the world. And Saudi Arabia today, to put it simply, is one of the best investment destinations globally. We market to our investors all global opportunities, East and West. And I can tell you, and that's not a bias because I'm based in Riyadh, but from the inquiries, the demand, and the engagement I get internally, traveling East or West, but particularly London, there is a steady and growing momentum of managers out of this hub that are looking in more details into the Saudi market. And that's not only, representative of the demand coming from the UK, but again, this is one of the largest hubs for managers and emerging market investors around the world. Just to put it in context, 10 years ago, before the reforms and the vision in the country, we used to have few delegations a year coming to the country from the UK and other places looking into investment opportunities. We alone, back to the point of being HSBC, a British bank with a very strong Middle East presence and Saudi operations, in the last 6 months alone, we had more than 120 delegations. A lot of them are investors based in the UK, others in other places as well, China, Asia, the US, but a big chunk of that are investors who are London-based, representing the global pools of emerging market investors. So yes, it's taking shape in that corridor. It's not exclusive to the Saudi-UK corridor, but it's one of the main ones.
No, thank you. And I think the Lord Mayor sitting here, who I know, would be very pleased to see that role of the UK as a sort of a coffee house, the place where people meet and then go out from here into these new markets, and really see that partnership and those corridors as something that the UK really cultivates. And very interesting, I think, also to hear about some of the ways in which the private and the public markets are actually coming together here, and I think we may see some of that trend moving into Saudi as well. So maybe just building on this, you know, if we keep thinking about these sort of growth trends that you've been talking about, the number of delegations coming to Saudi, the vision that exists for 2030 has a strong emphasis on diversifying the economy and developing new avenues for growth. So in the capital market context, what kind of sectors or industries do you believe hold the most potential for international investors in the capital markets? And can you provide maybe some insights into some of the mega projects that we've all heard about, the NEOMs and so on, and their role in attracting investment and enhancing the capital markets?
Let me, if you allow me, I'll just take a step back a little bit, because I think it's useful, especially for those that don't have the full picture, to get the context at least. So at a global level, looking at emerging markets, the kingdom, Saudi Arabia, has gone through an inflection point, I would say, in the last decade, where the country had three advantages that were rare to be found in a single country. And I'm talking over the last century. Scale. This is a country that is more than 2 million square meters in terms of size, more than 30 million population, G20 economy, etc. So it has scale. It has wealth after 30, 40 years of economic development, fueled by oil largely, but also the growth in population and infrastructure. The country has become top globally in terms of GDP per capita, GNP, level of reserves, and then youth. And I mean, with apology to my Saudi colleagues here, but it's striking or surprising sometimes when I say to people that I am an old man in Saudi Arabia. This is a very young country with a scalable population. So having these three elements enable the country to take very long-term bets, to be able to plan really and take certain type of risk and plan in the very long term. And that basically what manifested itself in the so-called Vision 2030. So the vision, without going into more generalities, but the vision has 11 programs. One of them is the so-called Financial Sector Development Program. The vision has many transformative plans in conventional but also new sectors. The funding of that is anywhere between 1.5 to 2 trillion or even over. So that's where the capital market comes. And the Financial Sector Development Program is actually meant to enable a tool or a platform that creates the financing for many of these projects, but also efficiently allocate the capital to those projects in a sustainable way. Also, in addition to having that tool, the financing tool, the kingdom has an objective to become a major financial market and capital market at the regional level and potentially global levels. So the in terms of the projects, just to hit your question directly, there are two buckets largely of projects or sectors. There are the conventional sectors, and I mean, the country, as I said, is a young country, so there is a huge investment needed in infrastructure, in energy, especially in renewable and transition, also in tourism, one of the new sectors that is new to the country, obviously very well established elsewhere, but that's a huge area of investment, and transport and logistics, given the location of the country and the advantages it has. The new sectors, back to the three elements that enable the country to take long-term bets, these will be, I think, very unique propositions that the country is putting forward to the rest of the world in areas that are making headlines somewhere because they are not very common, especially in emerging markets. But take the very innovative urban planning and urban projects like NEO, which is based on the premise that the major cities and the lifestyle of tomorrow will be different. And that is, of course, a long-term bet, and that is, of course, very courageous. But again, remember the country ability to take that long-term view. And of course, this will be one of the major projects that will require capital market financing at the right stage. But it's not only about these headline projects. There are important initiatives the country is taking in terms of being global leader in sectors like energy transition, carbon capture, hydrogen, especially green hydrogen, is an area that the country will likely be a leading global player as much as it is in oil today, if you see the amount of investment going through that sector. So I'll stop here. That's just a sense of the different projects. But the list is actually longer, especially on I think the new sectors that the country will lead globally in the coming years.
Fantastic. And I think that then can provide a powerful incentive for new companies to come in and bring not just capital, but expertise and the chance to partner with local players to achieve the vision.
And emphasizes the role of the capital market here, because these projects will require financing. These projects actually at a national level will require a mechanism to allocate capital, because let me take a step back and be direct, something maybe I can say more from a private sector or from a finance and banking point of view. Not all these projects that are backed by public sector entities are financed and as a result directly rely on sponsors' funding. The design of the system, and it's something we see on the ground as a bank and financial institution, has a very strong assumption that all these projects have to pass the filter of capital market, the banking market, and investors. And that is meant to be a mechanism to actually filter what actually is viable, what is sellable, and, as I said, allocate capital to projects that have the highest return to the investors, to the country, and so on. And we have seen few examples where some of these projects had to revise plans, have to reflect investors' views and terms. So the machine is working. And I think that's another important objective of having a vibrant and active capital market, is not only to provide financing to the vision plans, but actually to refine it, to put it on the right track, and to ensure there is proper oversight and governance and so on.
I think that's an excellent point to make, because I think it's one thing to have aspiration, but it's another thing to be able to then have a really genuinely feasible and attractive project. So it sounds like the capital markets are providing a really useful mechanism for that.
That's right.
Lee, can I just maybe go back and ask, one of the things that international investors always like, of course, is regulatory alignment. We're in a world where there's been a bit less of that recently. But at the Tadawul, what are you seeing in terms of, some of the developments in the regulatory side of things and a focus on aligning to international best practice?
I mean, what I would say I find remarkable is the level of cohesion in the kingdom relating to all of the different regulatory stakeholders, whether that's the central bank or CMA or the stock exchange. And and other authorities. So under the Financial Services Development Plan, there is a tremendously well thought through and committed execution plan. And it's, back to Faris's point. Yes, the vision and the goals are ambitious, but strategy is nothing without execution. Execution is nothing without focus. Focus is nothing without trade-offs and choices. And so, what I've experienced in my career in different parts of the world is, when you run at a stock exchange, maybe you meet with government officials at the Treasury and ideas are shared. And I'm sure you don't do this anymore at the London Stock Exchange, but we used to have a great wine cellar and we'd have a nice lunch, and
Unfortunately not.
and it would be very nice, and maybe something would come out of that. What I find a stark contrast in Saudi Arabia is there are action plans that are KPI'd, that are measured, and that are driven day in, day out, and people are held to account. So, I think, we heard from His Excellency this morning, the regulatory program, is quite incredible because it has to lead change. So it has to be ahead of the curve, it has to be innovative, it has to be capturing these growth opportunities while simultaneously protecting investors and doing all of the things that regulators need to do. And of course, within that, you've got the central bank and tax authorities and other development authorities. So it really is quite a sophisticated and very, very well coordinated team. So when I look at governance, gold standard, in my view, from listed companies, and the standards are kept very high in Saudi, and people are expected and KPI'd on getting there. And I think that's underpinned some of the confidence and the trust and the drive of international investors, because they know that the whole game plan is being run to the highest international standards. And I think that's been a masterstroke early on to build investor confidence. And that's why we're seeing so much growth, because people have that trust and that confidence in the authorities to, not just actually operate, in some areas lead international standards. I mean, I think the CMA are on 6 of the 7 IOSCO committees, and they drive a lot of that work. So, and again, I think, that's an area between FCA and CMA and the exchanges, we can move things forward a great deal. And it'd be very interesting to see how this develops in years to come around stablecoin and some of the bigger, more innovative financial technology plays.
Let me comment on, lead to your point, and we do, as many of you know, as HSBC, host many of the large global investors in the country. And I'm talking especially about the most prominent institutions who have been to many markets over the years. I mean, there are many points of feedback which we channel to the stakeholders, but one key feedback, to your point, is how many of them were positively surprised by the consistency and the messaging and the focus from the different stakeholders. So in our sector, you meet the regulator, you meet the infrastructure companies, you meet the exchange, and all of them are describing to you the same picture, probably from a slightly different angle, because their focus and orientation is different. But the consistency is reassuring to many of those investors that there is a matrix, the matrix is working, and there is focus and accountability. I would say, and I mean, I and my team are based in Saudi, we know the market pretty well. My colleagues globally, many of them focus on the country, but we do from time to time refer to the different programs that are periodically updated, showing what those different stakeholders are prioritizing and aiming towards. And I actually invite all the investors, institutions, and gentlemen and ladies here who are focused on the Saudi market to look up. I mean, the level of transparency and the disclosure, if you want to call it, in these plans is striking. You rarely find it in a private sector, let alone public sector. So I invite you all to look up the available plans and KPIs that exist in public domain, which will give you a better idea on where the country is heading in the short term, but also long term.
Yes, yeah. No, thank you. And I think it's really interesting to think about not just how Saudi is leading in some of these areas, but the increased cooperation between the UK and the Kingdom on some of these global standard-setting bodies. I think that's something that probably not all of us would have been quite as aware of. And I guess that does lead me back to this question about, partnership, which you mentioned earlier on, Lee, and the way in which, I guess, we are all looking at different kinds of partnerships going forward. And I guess this cross-border collaboration is something that I guess between the London Stock Exchange and the Tadawul does have scope for further growth. And I'd be interested perhaps in hearing from both of you about where do you see the opportunities for perhaps further collaboration into the future? Charlie, would you like to?
Yeah, happy to. I think it's fascinating to hear about the capital markets changes in Saudi, because in some ways those have been mirrored in the UK. So the UK is currently undergoing what's been sort of commonly called the largest reform process of its capital markets in a generation. And we're sort of halfway through that at the moment, or maybe a little bit further. And it's really touched all aspects of the capital markets in the UK. So the listing rules, as an example, were completely rewritten, and they went live on the 29th of July. Actually, Faris and I were talking about this last night. Rules around corporate governance, stewardship, prospectus requirements, research coverage. The government's launched a pensions review at the moment. So it really is looking at the capital markets holistically and looking at how can the capital markets generate growth for the UK economy and preserve London's position as a global financial centre. And so as part of that, the listing rule element that, like I say, only went live now 2.5 months ago or so. Actually, in London, we've, for the first time, got a secondary listing segment. First time in a long time. I'm conscious Lee was actually at the LSE a long time ago. But now we've got a dedicated international secondary listing segment. So what it means is that there's an opportunity to tailor rule sets for bilateral capital markets connectivity in a way that didn't exist even 3 or 4 months ago. And so that's quite an interesting area. I think it's worth noting the collaboration between London and Saudi has always been, the UK and Saudi has always been quite strong. We've been in discussions now from the capital markets perspective for 8 years, 9 years now, I think it is. So there's been strong connectivity there. On the debt markets, there's a lot of collaboration already there. So year to date, from Saudi, there's been $42 billion of bonds listed on the London Stock Exchange. And absolutely a huge amount, which I think is testament to many of the projects that Faris was talking about. I think also with the equity side, again, coming back to this, there is an opportunity to look at are there mutually beneficial ways of linking those two capital markets. So for example, on the LSE, about 15% of all the companies listed are dual listed. So about 260 companies, they're dual listed from 60 countries around the world. So it's something that's in the DNA of the UK ecosystem. That's very, partnering is part of the model. If you look at those companies that have dual listed on the London Stock Exchange, what's interesting is if you look at the liquidity in the 6 months post-listing, it goes up about 60%. Right? And actually often that liquidity sits on the domestic exchange, not on the London exchange. Because there's broader recognition that comes from that. If you look at London and Saudi specifically, or London and Tadawul specifically, 70% of the trading in London actually happens after Tadawul shuts. So again, if you think about broadening access to investors globally for some of the opportunities in Saudi, actually, I don't think you'd see much sort of cannibalization there. Also, you'd go to a 6-day trading week. Again, sort of another natural benefit. So it's these types of things that we're hopeful in the future will be able to be brought. And by the way, also that it's reciprocal. So if UK listed companies, increasingly with growing presence in Saudi, would like to access domestic capital, much of that domestic capital, you can't access in London, or it's difficult to access through London, to make that process easier for them as well. So, and that's before we get onto ETFs and other things as well. So there's quite a lot. We've made a lot of progress. There's some exciting opportunities for the future.
Fantastic. And Lee, did you want to build on some of that, maybe talking about some of the new areas of opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, in my world, that there are sort of 2 policy documents that occupy my time. Vision 2030, of course, but also the integrated reviews of Britain's sort of, this idea of global Britain as a national role conception post-Brexit. And how that sets Britain's position on foreign affairs and trade and industry and security. If you read those two things side by side, you can see the core connector is financial services and capital markets. So I agree with what Charlie's saying. And I think there's a runway that we're not necessarily really exploiting yet. So I totally agree with him. And there are some other areas, sharing of infrastructure, for example. We know that, both London and Riyadh are becoming, digital connectors. How can we build on that together? Why duplicate that infrastructure when we can share it and we can then hub, from each other's cities, for example. ETFs and fixed income. I mean, TradeWeb are now about to start operating in the Kingdom. We'll, of course, be collaborating in the post-trade arena, cross-listings, all of those things. But, there are also one thing that interests me, to Faris's earlier point, we've seen a lot of fintech delegations coming from London to Saudi. The Saudi domestic fintech ecosystem is really growing rapidly. There's a lot of exciting stuff there. And again, just on a personal note, arriving in Saudi after COVID, everything's digitized. I mean, I leave the house with a key and a phone. I don't use cash. If you want a doctor's appointment, if you want to order anything, everything is digitized. In financial services, I think Saudi's really well positioned. So what can we do by bringing those ecosystems together? Where's the opportunity? How do we, I'm sure banks like HSBC want to finance that. What does that look like for markets? So again, I think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity. What we need to do is to focus and prioritize on doing the right things at the right time. But time zone and as all the things Charlie pointed out, I think make a lot of sense. So it's a very, very bright future if we can focus on the right things for our communal client base. We can make some significant advances.
No, thank you. And I have to say, I had the chance to meet some of the fintechs in the Kingdom when I was there last year, and certainly the opportunity to create more bridges, I think, for our fintechs to be able to move back and forth is another way in which we could perhaps. It's a
little known secret, I think, that Saudi fintech ecosystem is really growing, and a lot of smart young Saudis. The education system's really good, the technology, digitization. There's going to be a strong. I mean, of course, we hope there'll be a strong IPO pipeline out of it one day. But there's some really interesting things going on there, and I would encourage people to take a look.
Yes, no, thank you. Well, I think we've talked a lot about some of the collaboration opportunities and the partnerships and the growth. So I now just want to spend a couple of minutes talking about how we can learn from each other. I mean, some of the different ways in which we can perhaps learn about how we bring together government, regulators, and the industry in each market to be more effective and to really work together to realize the change. Any thoughts, maybe starting with you?
I'm happy to start from a market point of view. I'll leave to the gentleman to comment from an exchange. But so we talked about the huge financing requirements. So this is a country with critical mass of domestic capital market and other financing venues, banking market and so on. Yet there is still a huge need for funding the ambitious plans for the next 10, 15 years. I think that will, in the short term, as the financing requirement accelerate, will bring the healthy pressure in 4 areas. I think you will see a growing need to recycle capital by the key investors in the country.
Okay.
There is the sovereign wealth fund. There are other large institutional investors, pension, and other key private sector investors. And many of them will quickly look into how to optimize their capital and investment portfolio allocation. This, I think, will bring a need for securitizing assets. This will bring the need for secondary market operation, fully marketed offering, accelerated book build, and so on. We actually, ourselves and HSBC are working on a few of these initiatives. We expect to see mortgage-backed security market sometime soon. And that is a space where the Kingdom can learn and leverage the UK experience in this space. So that's one area. There are 3 other areas to touch on them quickly. I think fixed income market is going to be a top priority as well. Okay. Because that segment of the capital market, if you compare it to the other segments, especially equity, is still lagging in the country compared to where it should be. And it's a priority for the regulator, for the exchange. And I think that's another area where more collaboration can take place between the UK and the Kingdom. New financing venues for the country at least, where the UK has leadership. Historically, PPPs is one space that is expected to accelerate in the country. The country has already financed many of the social infrastructure in the last few years through PPP structures, but the ambition is higher, and this area is expected to move faster. And that's an area, and not only the capital market side, the legal, regulatory. The UK has a leading experience to share with the country. And I would say potentially new markets. In the short term, derivatives markets already launched by the exchange and regulated by CMA. And that, I think, again, the UK is a leader globally in some of the commodities, but the Kingdom has ambition to play a role. And I'm not talking about only the conventional one, but also carbon credit is a space the country would like to be a market leader globally. And I think we believe a lot of the ambition is credible. But also in hydrogen, as I mentioned earlier, I think that could potentially open a space where the 2 exchanges collaborate as this commodity becomes more global, becomes more transferable. I think that will create a need for a global capital market. So that's from market point of view, but I'll pass to my colleagues to speak from exchange.
I think the good news in the UK side is there's a huge appetite to build these collaborations across markets, and also to change things that may need to be changed. I think the ambition that's been shown with the reform agenda at the moment is really admirable. Change takes a bit of time. I think actually in the UK it's sped up quite dramatically, even though if you're here it doesn't necessarily always feel that way, but it has sped up quite dramatically. And so to the extent that things need to be changed and pivoted to facilitate these things, I think if there's government to government and regulator to regulator collaboration, then we can really start moving the needle. I think in any of these things we should always, to a point Lee made earlier actually, try to be outcomes focused. What is it that we're trying to achieve? Is it driving more growth or more funding into Vision 2030 projects? Is it providing access for UK listed companies to access domestically? Is it the debt markets? Is it post-trade? And when you start breaking it down, then you can really start setting realistic KPIs and objectives. But I think the desire is there from the UK.
Fantastic. And Lee, maybe just to build on that outcome focus, we're delighted to hear the event will be coming back again in 2026. If you're sitting here on the stage at that time, what are some of the things that you think we might have hoped to see?
Well, I hope I will be, because we've got a lot to do. Just before I answer that, one thing that I think the UK can learn a lot from Saudi Arabia. The one thing I would love to see is Britain having its own Vision 2030 or 2040. Because what I love is I can be, Faris and I can be presenting to a group of international investors talking about Vision 2030. You can be in a boardroom and you can go home in an Uber and the Uber driver will also know all about 2030. It has this unifying power that the whole country comes behind. and that it embodies a spirit of change and entrepreneurship and growth and purpose that, quite frankly, I think we've lost a little bit in the UK. And I would love to see the UK learn the power of that, not just from a global Britain perspective, which is largely about, you know, how we want to project ourselves out into the world, but actually think about, you know, what do we need to be doing in this country to grow. And I think there's a lot we can learn from Saudi Arabia in that context. In terms of what we would hope to be saying in 2 years in London is, you know, we would hope to have a lot more tangible outcomes in the collaboration. We would love to see our exchange moving up the ranks. You know, we're in the top 10, 9, now we're 8. We want to keep growing. We'd love to see not just growth in our core business continue, but, you know, these non-core activities. Love to see the fintech. You know, we just want to see growth. We want to see it in a purposeful, a meaningful outcome. And I'd love Faris to be congratulating me on Tottenham Hotspur winning the league in that year as well. But that might be an ambition too far.
Yes, for you and for Manchester United, I fear. Well, this is a perfect note to wrap up on then, I think. So, look, I think what we've heard is there's strong ties already. There's a lot more to be done. There is headroom for growth in the collaboration between the two markets. There's a high level of ambition on both sides and a strong reform agenda that is underway in both markets. And a chance to perhaps to show some global leadership as well, not just through the corridor, but through a lot of the regional growth that we're supporting through both of our markets. So I think we hope that as we see the discussion continue today, that we can explore some of these topics further, and that as we really look at coming together, we can sort of identify some really tangible ways, and I think we've set a few of those out, where we can build the collaboration further. Yep. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Charlie.
We'll congratulate you, hopefully.
Well done.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you very much. After you.
We're about to break for lunch, as some of you might know. We'll continue with the second panel of the day on evolving investment landscapes right after lunch. Thank you. an opportunity to connect with one another. We'll now continue with our second panel of the day, titled New Horizons, How the Investment Landscape is Evolving. The panel will discuss strategies, initiatives in diversifying the Saudi economy and to explore investment opportunities for both Saudi and UK businesses. Moderated by Mrs. Sally-Ann Taylor, Head of Government Affairs at EMEA Bloomberg, the panel will examine the evolving investment landscapes and its implications for future growth. She's joined on stage by Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Ajjaj, who's the regional co-head, MENA, and Chief Executive Officer at Morgan Stanley in Saudi Arabia. Also, Dr. Abdullah Al-Shuwair, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Riyadh Capital. And finally, Mr. Tim Reid, who's the Chief Executive of UK Export Finance. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name, as you heard, is Sally-Ann Taylor, and I work for Bloomberg, where I've been for my entire career, and actually spent 2 years on secondment at the Treasury. And when Tulip was talking about the reforms, I was actually working there at the time on the listings reforms and so forth. So it's good to hear that they've finally come into legislation and are being used. So before we get started, I'd like to ask my panel very briefly to introduce themselves. Over to you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Sally-Ann, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I thank Tadawul and His Majesty's government for such a great event. My name is Abdulaziz Al-Ajjaji. I am the regional co-head for MENA for Morgan Stanley, as well as the CEO for Saudi Arabia. Have been in the industry for 20 plus years and have been with Morgan Stanley for 7 years.
Tim.
My name is Tim Reid and I'm the Chief Executive of UK Export Finance. So I'm London-based. It's a pleasure for us to have so many people from Saudi Arabia here in London. You were very hospitable to me last week at FII in Saudi Arabia, so it's nice to be able to return the compliment. I've been at UK Export Finance for about 2.5 years, and before that was 34 years with HSBC.
Abdullah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abdullah Shuwair. I'm the CEO of Riyadh Capital. Have been working with Riyadh Capital for almost 2 years now. Before that, I was with Ashmore Group. I was their CEO in Saudi Arabia for more than 6 years. Overall, have experience in the industry about 20 years, and mainly in the investment and asset management. And again, I would like to thank Tadawul and His Majesty government for hosting us and to furthering this dialogue.
Great, thank you. So, as we heard this morning, I think there's been a lot of talk about what is the Vision 2030 and how reforms within the capital markets are helping to accelerate and helping the kingdom to achieve those goals. A lot of the themes I think we'll talk about have already been mentioned earlier today, but hopefully we'll bring a slightly different perspective to them. And I want to start first of all with you, Tim, and looking at UK Export Finance. How are you working with Saudi Arabia?
So thank you, and I think the first thing I want to say is that everything we do is export related. So there are two different ways in which we can help support investment, both in Saudi Arabia, but also by Saudi Arabian companies here in the UK. So if I talk first about what we're doing in Saudi Arabia, and I'll use some examples a little later, we are able to support with what we call buyer credits, companies and projects in Saudi Arabia that are buying some of the content, procuring some of the ways of getting those projects done from the UK. So in that, we're supporting development in Saudi Arabia, and we're also having impact here on UK companies. On the other side, we're also helping companies to invest in the UK. So if there are Saudi companies who want to build capacity here in the UK, and some of that capacity will be used to meet export demand, again, we're very comfortable in supporting that and have a mandate from our own government to do so.
Great, thank you. And Abdulaziz, as a company that is a global bank, what have you seen of initiatives in Saudi that have come from the UK?
Well, I mean, if we talk about or if we take a step back and talk about the Saudi-UK relationship, it's a long-standing two-way investment relationship. And I mean, since 2017, the total investments from Saudi into the UK was around 23 billion. And in 2023, the foreign direct investments from the UK into Saudi was 13 billion. What we're seeing is an increasing number on both ways. We're seeing an increasing number of Saudi corporates and institutions that are setting up operations in the UK. Examples of which, and we heard earlier, PIF, NEOM, ELM, and many others. But also on the other hand, there has been around 50 UK corporates that have established their headquarters, regional headquarters in Saudi Arabia. So both countries also recently have signed agreements to expand the cooperation and investments, where the UK reaffirmed its commitment to drive investments into Saudi that is related to Vision 2030 and aligned with the vision, and Saudi reaffirmed that London remains a preferred financial market hub. So I heard earlier in some of the presentations as well, since 2022, Saudi issuers have raised around 56 billion pounds in London, 11 of which was for sustainable and green purposes. This includes the PIF's inaugural green bond, but it also includes the first 100 years green bond. So what we've seen is a great deal of cooperation in important sectors such as fintech, asset management, banking, and insurance.
Okay. Abdullah, what about you? You're representing a local bank, which I think is trying to look global. Morgan Stanley is obviously a global bank that is based in the Kingdom. How do you approach things, and how do you see the cooperation with the UK?
Thank you very much. First, Riyadh Capital is a local and is a major local asset manager and also investment bank that is 100% owned by Riyadh Bank, which has a presence actually here in the UK for more than 20 years, fostering the relationship and trade between Saudi Arabia and the UK over the years, and actually it's getting more growth on both sides. The thing that we see in the Saudi market, and we see, and also my background in where I worked for an international company in Saudi, the framework and the regulations that we see in Saudi Arabia and was paved by the CMA and regulators at all levels created a level playing field for all local and international to fairly and compete in a healthy way in the market. So we see more comfort from international investors coming into Saudi Arabia with protected rights into investing directly through the capital markets or in the private markets, where they can be more longer term, which actually been enhanced by modernization of the legal system and the legal framework that improve the enforceability and also the clarity and the predictability of the regulations, not only the capital market, but actually it's getting beyond that. We see more and more understanding, and also not only at the corporate level or institutional, but also we start actually seeing more international player targeting the retail base in the Saudi market.
That's interesting because, forgive me, until relatively recently, the market was very much retail in Saudi, is that correct? So now you're seeing these institutions come in. In terms of headquartering, you mentioned in Saudi, you've got the likes of BlackRock and Goldman who have taken out licenses. I also read that Barclays, which is obviously a British bank, is thinking about re-entering, having left, was it 10 years ago or something? So that has to be a positive, and also highlights that cooperation from the UK and the Kingdom.
I think that cooperation is really important, and I would go even further than that and say it's really a partnership between the two countries in terms of how we see those mutual opportunities to work together to help drive investment in both directions for the benefits of both countries. I think partnership is a really important word here.
Absolutely, and I think investment is a two-way street. I think we heard that. It was amplified earlier by the new Minister for Investment. I think Poppy said that this is a partnership. It does go both ways, and I think with the dual listings and so forth, you've seen that. I think the London Stock Exchange would love to see the IPO pipeline that is currently in Saudi Arabia, as would most other exchanges. But no, I mean, you talked, Abdullah, about regulatory reform and how the CMA has been instrumental in bringing about those changes. Aside from, I think we heard about market making, more of a level playing field, are there other things that have been instrumental in opening the Kingdom up to investment from abroad, not just the UK, but I guess elsewhere?
Yeah. I can name like five, at least the major five. That's the first was which was introduced in 2016 about the new foreign qualified investor framework, which actually paved the way to introduce and to open and to be more clear about the requirements to be qualified foreign investors. And it was mentioned this morning by the chairperson of the Tadawul group. Now we have more than 4,000 versus 50 like in 10-year time. That was a major opening to the market, and especially for the institutional. The other one is the inclusion of the Saudi Stock Exchange into the global stock exchange, especially in the emerging markets. Yeah. The FTSE, the MSCI, S&P, and also the inclusion of the, not on the equity side, but also on the debt side, the recent inclusion by JP Morgan index on the fixed income, and potentially on the corporate side. The largest IPO, as mentioned, I think that's the third milestone in the market that actually tied the economy of the country to the capital market, proxied by Aramco being listed in the Saudi market. Also, the launch of the derivatives market in Saudi. This is also widening and deepening the market, and it's related in a way to market making, but it's much more variety and diversity in the offerings in the market. The development, the fifth, I think, which is very, very important, the development of the debt market in the Saudi market. Until recently, about 6-7 years ago, we didn't have a yield curve that we can price the corporate debt to be issued. Now, the yield curve, all the tenors have been established in the market, local and international, I mean, for the external debt that's issued by the government and also the local. And we started actually seeing, since 2021, more corporate issuance in the local market than the government, and it's continued to increase. That's actually establishing a very important asset class, which is the largest asset class in the capital market globally, that it is hugely underrepresented in the Saudi market. So these basically the five that I thought of about the major milestone and the regulations, and also the connectivity and the collaboration between different regulators, and the ease of establishing the frame of reference for pricing for the debt market by when the government actually started listing those sukuk and bonds in the local and international markets.
Yeah, and we heard, I think Lee on the panel previously mentioned the Gulf Mercantile Exchange and the link up with CME, so presumably looking at more commodities and derivatives there. Also, I think we'll get on later to sort of ESG topics, but carbon markets and things like that. And I think also it was great to hear, I'm not sure, I can't remember who said it, but that the CMA has representation on 6 out of the 7 IOSCO working groups, which, you know, is testament to the regard that the kingdom is held amongst an international organisation like IOSCO, which can only help bring that trust and credibility to the market. I mean, Abdulaziz, is there anything else that you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree totally with what Dr. Abdullah mentioned in terms of the products and the reforms that has been introduced in the market. But I mean, you could look at it as a journey, and basically, you want to introduce the products at the right time and when the market is ready for it. So you start with the QFI framework that happened in 2015, and that gave access to international investors. Then came the MSCI, which unlocked a large passive flow that came into the kingdom. And up to that point, I mean, probably cash equities was the product that is needed. And now, as you see, as the market has grown and grown, I mean, from the IPO flows and from so many other aspects, the weight on the index is around 5%. And the performance, relatively speaking, has been very strong. So now we're seeing more and more active investors coming into the market. And active investors need a new toolkit. And will need, you know, the products that have been recently introduced by Tadawul, such as the futures on indices, the single stock option, the market making framework, the stock borrow and short selling, and all these are tools that are now newly introduced, and soon we will start to see more liquidity in this. And as it deepens, I think Tadawul is definitely in this journey taking the right steps to deepen that market.
And that leads me on, I think, as well, to say, you know, that international standards are imperative for this type of thing. I mean, Abdullah, we sort of mentioned IOSCO, but in terms of standards in regulation, in transaction reporting, etc., how do you see that playing out in Saudi?
Probably, I'm trying not to exaggerate, but we believe we have extremely robust governance framework for listed companies and also for listing securities and issuing financial securities in the Saudi market. It was mentioned by His Excellency this morning about being the one, if not the most rigid, I would say, governance framework that we have. And that actually leads to 3 important things: transparency, consistency, and a protection for the investors. Because we're trying to protect the minorities, in the market, and that's extremely important. The level of transparency is quite high, and it's parallel with the global markets. And we see it is one of the best. I mean, if I were an emerging market fund manager, I would say it's the most transparent emerging market filing, and especially bilingual. By law, it has to be bilingual in English and Arabic. And the level of the enforceability is so high that gives comfort, and the consequences for violating those rules and regulations is quite high. So, and that's actually should bring comfort not only to the local, but also to the international investors.
No, totally. And in fact, I was moderated a panel in New York a couple of weeks ago that was on emerging markets, and the Deputy Commissioner from South Africa told me not to say emerging, but less mature. And I took that on board. And I think one of the things that as a less mature market that is now rapidly developing, you are in a position to be so much more agile because you don't have that existing infrastructure to change. And I think we've seen that with the rapid pace of regulatory reform as part of the vision. Also, I mean, the growth of Tadawul, albeit somewhat skewed by Aramco, but still to be within the top 10 global exchanges by market cap is incredible. I want to move on now. You mentioned a little bit on Islamic finance, and I think, you know, looking at statistics, I think the Sukuk the debt capital market grew 18% year on year so far to measure $407.7 billion US at the end of the first half of this year. And that's equally split between US dollar and reals. And nearly 2/3 of debt issuance was in Sukuk and almost 10% in ESG debt. I mean, how important is growing the Sukuk market? Abdullah, do you want to take that and then I'll move to you, Tim?
Well, as I said, the Sukuk market is part of the debt market. It's Sharia-compliant bonds in a way. And it is very popular, and it is getting more popular, especially from the government. They issued Sukuk for the local market, but also from local corporate. We recently, in Riyadh Bank, we issued $750 million Sukuk. It was USD, and that was very popular for local and especially international. The ease of pricing as well to those, I mean, relative to the yield curve, made it very easier to establish that, and encouraging more corporate to tap into not only local market but international market. Is there a demand for the Sukuk in the global market? In Asia and other parts of the Middle East, they want to be Sharia compliant. So that actually brings the debt market with the variety and also the specificity of the requirements for those institutional investors.
Okay, Tim, you wanted to comment on Sukuk generally.
I think so. If I think about Islamic financing more broadly, which I think is where you started on, I think there is a huge amount of appetite to be able to structure things in a Sharia compliant way. We, as the UK's export credit agency, have been very happy to embrace that and to work on transactions that are Sharia compliant. And it's not all export credit agencies can do that, so it is something we're able to differentiate ourselves by. We'd recently closed a Murabaha financing, so not a Sukuk, but a Islamically structured financing for Qadiyah to help build a theme park outside of Riyadh. And that was a great transaction for us to demonstrate those credentials, but also to demonstrate investor appetite to structure things in that way. We have in the past also used our guarantee to support Sukuk issuance. We haven't done that recently, but we're very much open to that because I think everything we can do to open up different pools of capital to enable money to be raised to support the vision is tremendous. And we've clearly seen the numbers you quote are staggering in terms of the expansion of that market.
No, definitely, and I think the appetite, particularly as you say in Asia, Malaysia, Indonesia, places like that, but also London. There's a big appetite as well. It leads me on nicely, I think, we've touched on it, but diversification. Obviously, the diversification is aligned with the Vision in 2030, and I think His Excellency spoke about, where you have the competitive advantage, you go. He mentioned, the obvious one is tourism. It's, the new island was opened last week or the week before, I believe. What particular sectors do you see as important, and where are you hearing demand from investors? Abdulaziz, do you want to take that one?
Sure, thank you. But I mean, just to speak about the progress of diversification. So the non-oil component of the GDP in 2023 has surpassed 50%, which is a significant increase from 2 decades ago. And if you look at the growth of that non-oil GDP across the past couple of years, it's been north of 4%. And this is also a reflection of the progress that's being made of new sectors contributing to the non-oil GDP. Now, bank earnings reaffirm that this trend is likely to continue with a steady credit demand. We see another probably 10% growth in credit in the banking sector, which is fueled by domestic demand. Now, going back to your question in terms of the sectors, I mean, we see opportunities in renewable energy, and that's something we've talked about and we could talk about at length. But the transition is accelerating the renewable energy investments, with targets being regularly revised up. So there are 20 plus gigawatts capacity additions that are already in progress. And the goal is 130 gigawatt by 2030. Data center, digital infrastructure is another exciting area, and it's a major growth opportunity. So Saudi Telecom is targeting a 750 megawatt in 5 years of an installed capacity. And we see scope of 2 gigawatts in the market in Saudi. Another sector worth mentioning is consumer credit. Structural, demand for consumer credit and mortgage is likely to re-accelerate as interest rates fall. And we talked a lot about, the main consumer finance companies, but we talked about fintechs, which also would benefit from that development in that sector. And last but not least is tourism. Last year, Saudi Arabia received around 27.4 million of inbound tourists, and that's up from 18 million in 2015. The revenue is 36 billion in 2023, and that is 3.6 times since 2016 when the vision was announced.
That's incredible. Abdulaziz?
Yeah, I can add to that, as mentioned by Abdulaziz, that the non-oil contribution to the GDP exceeded 50%, which is first time in history of Saudi Arabia, modern history of Saudi Arabia. It's empowered, and we expect that to go farther than that with the tourism and the hospitality industry that is booming, not only in the giga projects, but also in the holy cities, Mecca and Medina, that's actually with the ease of actually accessing the Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is no longer a secret now, it's open, so you can get your visa online or at the airport for most nationalities. We have the vision infrastructure projects, which is about $1 trillion projects that coming in. So it's a long term, but also contributing to the diversification of the economy. We see also the private investment program, or Sharik, that we heard about. It's a $1.2 trillion to bring funding for the local selected companies in the Saudi market. The healthcare and education, because we have very young population, and also that's from an organic point of view, but also inorganic, where lots of expats coming into Saudi Arabia at accelerated rate. And I was happy that was mentioned today, this King's College Hospital. I was lucky to be part of the team who brought King's College during my time at Ashmore to bring it to the region and to Saudi specifically. And that's where we see the know-how that's being transferred, but also we have the human capital that supports it. And probably this is something accelerates and made it much easier to achieve those goals, having a talented pool of Saudis that have been actually educated globally and coming back to the country. We have had more than 1 million Saudi with their families, of course, who have been educated in the past 15 or 16 years in the US, in Canada, in other places, the UK, of course, and we still have, and those come back with knowledge, expertise, and cultural intelligence and understanding. That would foster the relationship and the dialogue, and also for investors coming in, it's not, Saudis wouldn't be a stranger to them. The entertainment and sports, that's a big thing. The Riyadh season has started its season recently for the 5th year in a row, has been very successful to attract not only local and to attract the local crowd, but also the regional and international crowd. We have a great sports team that actually attracting lots of fans to attend those games. So we have an ecosystem that has changed fundamentally from 10 years ago, where Saudi wasn't probably a place to invest. Now it's to invest and to maybe live in Saudi Arabia and to visit.
Yeah.
If I think about these, I was just going to cut, as you were chatting, I was just, having been there last week, I was just jotting down some of the sectors that we were engaged in dialogue with last week. And all of these are areas where we think there is UK expertise that can help, in partnership with our friends in Saudi Arabia, but healthcare, data centers, construction, infrastructure, hospitality, renewables, electricity distribution, airlines. It's a long list of sectors that are expanding significantly and presenting opportunity to diversify the economy and for international players to play a part in cooperation and collaboration with Saudi companies.
And all building towards that, making Saudi more of a place for people to visit or to live, indeed, because of the sort of variety of opportunities.
Yeah, you can feel that. I mean, the transformation is, is very, very visible, and to anybody who's there. So.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it was Mo yesterday evening at dinner said his dream on his podcast is to have Ronaldo on. So maybe there's hope for you yet, Mo. No, let's look now. Actually, you mentioned renewables, so let's talk about the transition a little bit more. So how do you see that playing out? I mean, there's obviously been this seismic change in terms of moving away from oil, but it's still a big part of the economy. What is the country's feeling and position looking at, we'll come on to ESG, but the sort of institutional government transition to net zero, and then we'll come on to ESG.
Yeah, for me, yeah.
Sorry.
So the transformation is extremely sincere and real, where we see the results every day. As you mentioned, the transformation happened in the past few years, less than a decade, is unparalleled by any transformation probably happened in the modern history. That tripled the size of the economy and also improved the quality of life, and also improved the all aspects of life. I mean, economic and social, in a way that made it an attractive place to come and to invest and to maybe live again. The transformation we saw is really makes people very helpful, and you can feel it in the Saudi population, where they can plan ahead and they can invest in themselves and also and that's actually can be proxied by the number of SMEs that have been established in the Saudi market, and also the number of fintech companies actually have been established, and all the VCs that have actually established in the Saudi market, and actually attracting VCs from all over the world to be as a incubator for those companies, and also start and flourish within the economy.
Great. In terms of ESG, I mean, how important is ESG compliance? I mean, Tim, what are you seeing? Because I think globally, it was a hot topic, and in some places it seems to have perhaps stalled a little bit.
Yeah, so I think when we look at ESG compliance, it's a really important part of how and why we do transactions. And I think when you're looking at the international markets, it's important to do transactions to international standards, and that's really all we're doing. We're looking at the OECD requirements, the Equator principles, the IFC performance standards, and making sure that we are able to demonstrate that the support we're providing is consistent with those standards. And it's not just a one-off. We monitor compliance with that as we work through a transaction as well. But I think what we see on the ground is, and when we're speaking to some of the important companies in Saudi Arabia, that's understood, and there's a willingness to make sure that we are doing things in the right way, and to be able to demonstrate. I sort of think of it as we want to make sure that we're proud of the deals we're doing both today and when we look back at them in 10 years' time, and I think that's really important. And it's a philosophy for us that it's an important part of our due diligence process. It's an important part of our transaction selection process. And it's important to make sure that we ensure compliance as we work through a transaction.
And from an investor point of view, are you seeing increased demand for ESG? I mean, when you talk about Sukuk, they're not ESG, but there's a lot of similarities in the ethos behind them. I mean, is that something?
Well, I don't think ESG interest will fade. It's definitely here to stay, and it's a standard that everybody is behind it. I think geopolitics and some of the unfortunate wars have put a great pressure on energy, which has slowed the momentum a bit. Now, Saudi, and if you think about what's happening in Saudi, it's all about diversification, it's about decarbonization, and it's about digitalization. So if you think about it, Saudi is firm in its commitment to ESG, and it's firm in its commitment to sustainability. And they will issue the first sustainability framework and taxonomy in 2025, and that's backed by royal decree, which is set to align Saudi with also the global ESG standards.
So ISSB and so forth.
Maybe just to add to that, I think it seems, of course, the ESG is very important, and it's there. And however, there's overemphasis globally on the E, on the environment, and trying to actually catch up with the S and G. The social and the governance, and in my opinion, I see if there's no governance, the E and S is not there. So governance is very important to establish the framework and the governance framework, basically to make it well governed, to achieve all those goals about the social and the environmental aspects and goals. It is there, and the commitment of the capital market to enhance, and also some products that being shopped around in the market that about being an ESG in the market. Of course, as a Sharia compliant has aspects, of course, not to be, or ethical, basically ethical investment versus being part of the social and the governance. And I think we should be fair in giving equal weights to those three aspects, with probably starting with governance.
Yeah. Sorry, Tim, do you want to?
No, I was going to say, I'm just, sort of vehemently agreeing, to be honest. I think that's getting that right is really important, and being able to demonstrate that it's happening. And I think you're right, people focused on the environmental word, but the social impact of what's going on in the kingdom is really, really important. and being able to demonstrate that and demonstrate that you're doing it in the right way is critical.
Yeah, and particularly when you've got such a young population and you're planning for the future and so forth. Okay, we've got a few minutes left. One of the things that I've discussed with some of the members of the regulatory authority and others is that there is a great deal of change. We know that in Saudi Arabia. Events like today are great at highlighting that change. But how do you think the word is getting out globally, for example? I think when one of the things that was mentioned earlier was the lack of liquidity on the debt side, particularly the real bonds, ahead of any type of index inclusion, JP Morgan aside. Do you think that there is still a perception that Saudi is not as open and ready for business? Or if not, if so, what can be done about it? And if not, then everything's hunky-dory and we can stop the panel. How about you, Abdulaziz?
Sure. Look, I think the government, Tadawul, and the regulator have done a great job in showcasing Vision 2030 development to the world over the past 8 years. I think there has been great validations along the journey. There has been a lot of de-risking in many of the projects. We just finished the FII 8 last week in Riyadh, and it was a great example of the international community engaging in the kingdom. So I think the reforms and the opportunities are a reality, and I think Saudi is firmly on the map with this regard.
How about you, Abdullah? Do you agree?
Well, I think I agree with Abdulaziz. I think it is a testament, actually, what happened last week in Saudi. The crowd gathered from all over the world to come to Saudi Arabia and discuss actually bringing investment and contributing to the growth story of Saudi Arabia. So the Saudi opportunity is real, it's tangible. So I think it's a matter of who should come, and they've already actually been there, investors, but with the global issues going on, Saudi remains a place to invest for growth, and also it's stable globally. And what makes it also stable for investors, the FX part, which has been pegged for 40 years to the dollar, that gives comfort and predictability in the market, and the disciplined fiscal and monetary policies that we're especially the fiscal part, that we are very proud of. It was painful in certain times, but actually it's paying off and gives more comfort about the predictability and what the government can do to enhance and foster the growth in the economy.
Great.
Perhaps if I give sort of an outside of Saudi Arabia.
So I was going to ask for, yes.
So it was a privilege to be part of FII last week and to see the sort of convening power of what's going on in the kingdom. And I think there are many more people now who understand the progress that's been made in Saudi Arabia. But I still think there's more work to be done, and that all of us here, this is a great example of bringing people together and talking about the progress that's been made. And I think we all have a responsibility to do that, because opening the eyes of people that don't know about the story and don't give Saudi enough credit is really important. I think we all have a role to play in that.
No, definitely. And I would say to anyone who hasn't been to Saudi, and as someone who only went for the first time this year, you should go.
Yep.
You shouldn't just talk about it, you should go and see it. And I think on that note, we're out of time, so I'd like to thank my panelists. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdulaziz, Abdullah, and Tim, and an excellent moderated session by Sally-Ann. We'll wrap up with the third panel this afternoon titled Integrity, Sustainability into the Financial Services Sector, moderated by Mr. Jack Knight, Deputy CEO of the Investment Association. This panel will examine both Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom's approach to sustainable finance and explore opportunities for collaborations in this critical area. Please welcome to the stage our distinguished speakers, Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Arnezan, Chief Executive Officer of Al Bilad Bank. We also have Mrs. Vanessa Havard-Williams, Chairperson of the Transition Finance Market Review. And finally, Ms. Dana Barsky, Global Head of Sustainable Strategy and Net Zero at Standard Chartered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here at the Saudi-UK Dialogue. My name is Jack Knight. I work for the Investment Association, the trade association for investment managers based here in the UK. We are enthusiastic supporters of the Saudi-UK relationship, and I was delighted to attend the Great Futures event, round tables with Minister Al-Fali to discuss investments with him and some of our members, and to discuss trade with Minister Al-Kasabi as well at that event. But today we're here to talk about sustainability, a very important topic that is deeply allied with the things that you've been discussing and hearing about so far today. I have a very eminent team of panelists, and I'm not going to introduce them again. I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves quite briefly, just so that you can get to know them and where they come from and what they've done in their career to date. And then we'll get into the meat of the discussion and talk about sustainable investment. So, Vanessa, do you want to start us off with just a quick roundup of how you came to be with us here today?
Sure. Thank you very much for having me as well. My name's Vanessa Havard-Williams. I set up the Linklaters sustainability practice, and I sit on the board of UK Export Finance, but I'm really here today because I chaired the UK Transition Finance Market Review.
Great. Abdulaziz?
Thank you again for having me. My name is Abdulaziz Al-Arnezan. I am actually the CEO of Bank Al Bilad since 2015. I have been in banking for over 35 years. I also chair the Injaz, which is a payment company, a subsidiary of Bank Al Bilad, and sit in the board of 3 government bodies: the Zakat authorities, the Zakat and Tax authorities, the Real Estate Development Fund, and the Human Resources Development Fund.
Thank you. Dana?
My name is Dana Barsky. I run our Net Zero program. As part of that, we have a team that works with corporates to help them engage on the transition. And I also run what we call our innovation hubs, which incubate emerging themes and technologies, which are adaptation, carbon, nature, blended finance, and social as well.
Great, thank you. Daniel, let's start with you. Perhaps we can just delve a bit further and have you tell us a bit more about your organization, Standard Chartered, and how it's helping its clients approach sustainable finance and net zero.
Great. So for those of you who don't know Standard Chartered, we operate in 53 different markets. And I think that's very important because we bring a very global view, but we operate within the countries, and so we also try to ensure that we have a local and regional view as well. We are quite committed to sustainable finance. We've made a public commitment to mobilize at least $300 billion of sustainable finance over the 10-year period from 2020 to 2030, so it amounts to about $30 billion per year. We've also made a commitment of $1 billion of sustainable finance revenue next year in 2025. Now, we work extensively with our clients to unlock sustainable finance revenues. That could take many forms. It could be green bonds, as was touched on earlier today, and I might talk about that later. It could also take the form of sustainably linked financing. And also, we are a bank that works extensively with project finance and has made have had considerable success in project finance, specifically with respect to renewables, be it wind, solar, hydrogen. And also, we're looking to finance really emerging technologies, and we can touch on that a little bit as well. But I think the important thing is that when we think about sustainable finance, we really try to work with our clients to help them think about their own transition of their own business models to ensure not just sustainability, but that they're well positioned for the future.
Now, Vanessa, you've just published the review, the Transition Finance Market Review. How is that going to help stakeholders, clients of firms, and all of us to address the sustainability question that we posed at the beginning?
That's a very big question.
And you've got 3 minutes.
I know. So the Transition Finance Market Review was set up by Treasury and DESNES, the energy department here, as an independent market-based review. So I was supported by 18 market experts. And the review was asked to think about what do we do to make the UK a hub for the global transition, for financing the global transition with high integrity transition finance. So we've adopted a whole of market approach, and we have looked at financial and professional services and how to enable finance of transition activities and transitioning entities, looking at the importance of real economy, effective policy, and also how to improve credibility through market-led guidelines and creating room within sustainable finance regulation for transition themes.
Can I just ask you whether you see is it a UK-focused report, or does it have a more universal application? And is it something, as we're going to discuss, that our Saudi friends and colleagues will be able to engage with as well?
So it's grounded in the way the UK market works, but it's infinitely transferable because it's basically a framework for thinking about how to just slightly adjust market approaches.
Great. Abdulaziz, for clients of Al Bilal Bank, how are you helping them address these issues?
Well, as you know, Bank Al Bilad is a full-fledged Sharia-compliant bank that is committed to providing financial services to retail banking, corporate banking, and SMEs. And we have a board-approved strategy of sustainability that's well integrated into the commitment of Vision 2030. And this is represented through many aspects. One of them is the green building and recycling efforts that the bank is taking on. The financing of a green energy project, such as water desalination and solar energy. Engaging in social responsibility activities that will enhance awareness among the community. And establishing a robust governance that will take care of all, risk management, compliance, and anti-fraud aspects. So this is how we are addressing the sustainability.
Thank you. So if we think about the approaches from regulators and policymakers towards sustainability in KSA and the UK, how are government and regulatory initiatives to promote meeting net zero goals and progress sustainable finance, influencing capital market participants in the UK, for example?
Okay. Well, if I start with what I think everybody is comfortable with, we're all really comfortable about how to finance commercialized green sectors, so wind, solar, batteries, EVs. We know how to do that. There is real enthusiasm amongst institutions and institutional investors for moving into transition, but I think potentially the regulatory environment isn't quite as well adapted for that. So if we look in the EU, we look in the UK, and in many other markets, there's been a lot of thinking about green, and we need to have, we need to engage more around transition and what does good transition look like, and allow the regulation to flex to enable transition. There is, I think, a real concern about greenwash risk, which has to some extent chilled appetite amongst corporates. So there's one of the things we've suggested is some credibility guidelines to help create parameters around what good looks like in transition. And the other thing that is worth noodling on a bit is broadening the focus beyond financed emissions. If financed emissions is the only thing we look at, we risk not engaging with and finding routes, particularly for emerging markets, to transition where those emerging markets have yet to peak their emissions. So we need to think about better ways to get to the end point that we're aiming for.
Thank you. David, can I ask you the same question from your perspective on how you feel policymakers are influencing the capital market participants in those countries?
Well, I completely agree with what Vanessa has said as a starting point. I think it's really critical that we think about how to enable transition, move. I mean, green is critical, but we need to start building and tackling some of the more challenging areas of moving towards green. I think you mentioned the greenwashing risk, which is very important, and transition is harder than green. I mean, I think a perfect example is thinking about coal decommissioning and paying and financing to accelerate or shorten the life of a coal-powered facility. It's tricky, but we need to do it, and the impact is important. And so I think we also really need to focus on the impact that transition is having. And I think just on your point of, the focus on carbon, which is frankly important, but I do agree, I think it's also important to expand how we think about not just carbon, but for instance, bringing nature into the equation. And so just when I think about, just also to touch on the role of government versus the private sector, they must play hand in hand. We need stability, we need policies that work, and we need a vision from governments to help clarify the roles that the private sector will take, be it from a corporate perspective to try to meet their own net zero trajectory, or from a bank's perspective to enable working with our clients as well to help them on that transition. So I think they're just all so closely, it's so critical that private sector and public sector work together to think about green and transition.
Thank you. Abdulaziz, think about it from the Saudi perspective. How can financial market participants there integrate these policymaker initiatives into their business models and add value to their clients?
Sure, but if I may just add to what Vanessa and Dina had said about what government should do, and I think the commitment that we have from the Saudi government is clearly stated, for example, in his HRS announcement during Saudi Forum about the goal of reaching net zero by 2060. The other thing is the Saudi government set up a framework for the green bonds issuance, which will help private and public sector to basically, work within a framework as to how they can basically issue bonds. And the third one is the Saudi exchange, Tadawul, when they launched their ESG disclosure and guidelines for listed companies that will help them again to basically meet sustainability requirements. I think these are the kind of government commitments that you need to basically pave the way for the private sector to integrate with this. For the private sector, as mentioned, as what we're doing in the bank, what we need to do is that implement ESG governance framework. We need to promote green banking products, both to private clients, retail clients, and corporate clients for financing projects. We need to strengthen partnerships with fintech companies to facilitate, access to green financing. And the last but not least is the promoting the CSR activities, because I think the private sector has a responsibility toward the society in terms of enhancing the awareness about sustainability issues.
Great, thank you. Dana, where do you see the opportunities? And opportunities is a word we've heard a lot about this morning. But to make sustainability successful, it will need to have commercial opportunities. Where do you see the opportunities between the UK and Saudi Arabia for finance firms specializing in green finance products and transition?
Well, I'd start by saying the opportunity is tremendous, so that's why we're all speaking about it a lot. To me, I think a really interesting example is when the PIF did their first green bond, a $3 billion green bond. It was 8 times oversubscribed, which I just really is incredible. It shows the demand for green finance, and it's quite illustrative of that. When you look at what the PIF has been able to do, there's been a lot of firsts there. They were not only first sovereign wealth fund issuer, but also the first 100-year green bond. I mean, if you think about that, it's amazing confidence to know that the green is here to stay. For 100 years, we're going to be focused on financing the transition to green. And so I just think the accomplishment of doing that really speaks to the opportunity. But in terms of other opportunities, they are tremendous. When you think about the shifts that are possible, take hydrogen, for instance, that was touched on earlier today. The unlock available of hydrogen is tremendous when we get to the point where we're able to scale it to make it much more economical. And I think if anyone is well placed to scale it, the kingdom certainly is. And I think that's a great opportunity. Scale is really critical. And in a lot of these emerging technologies, the faster we're able to go, the faster we're able to use capital markets to finance such types of investment and get to scale and drive down the price points. It makes it more and more investable, and it cycles faster and faster, and it will accelerate much more quickly.
Thank you. Abdulaziz, the same question about the opportunities for financial
Sure.
markets.
Briefly, I think there are 2 areas where banks can collaborate. And one is, as Dina has mentioned, is the green bond and financial instruments, where they can leverage the expertise of UK banks in this and the Saudi banks. In Saudi, for example, in 2021, there was the first deal ever in green financing, and that was secured by the Red Sea Global. They've raised almost 14 billion riyals and was secured by 5 Saudi banks. And I think that was a very good milestone to achieve, to really encourage other companies that are working in the same field to really go and look for opportunities in green financing. The other area which I feel also that is an area of collaboration between Saudi banks and UK banks is the joint investment funds. Yeah. I think that is very important. And as you know, for example, Aramco has set up a fund of $1.5 billion for sustainability funds that will focus on technologies for green emission, to basically encourage small companies, research, and others to find ways to how we can improve an emission, basically. Yeah.
Thank you. And Vanessa, any other opportunities?
So funds was on my list too. I think there's a real opportunity that we haven't quite unpicked effectively yet, which is how do we use blended finance better, whether that is through funds, whether it's, so thinking about how can we use our export credit agencies, government guarantees, DFIs, how can we get MDBs to be playing a bigger role? Can we get people to, those institutions to originate, to distribute? And I really see that there are just enormous opportunities for co-working across regions to do that.
So on that subject of collaboration, where do you see future collaboration between the UK and Saudi Arabia specifically? What can we learn from each other about the best ways to engage with government, with industry, and finance firms to achieve the goals we want to see? What are the mechanisms through which we can transfer knowledge and expertise? Abdulaziz, can I come to that one?
Well, of course. I think there are many areas where we can collaborate. And one of the areas that I can see as an opportunity is promoting public-private partnerships. I think that is very important to really use the power of the public and the power of the investments from the private sector. And I think if this is combined together, it can produce a lot for the investment community. The other point of collaboration, I think the UK and Saudi maybe need to go for, create some bilateral arrangements to collaborate in knowledge sharing, technology transfer, and research and R&D, I think that's a very important area as well. Regulatory alignment to facilitate cross-border. I think that's an area that can be also looked at. And last but not least is the sustainability standard and certification. I think that is very important to enhance credibility when companies are looking at basically at sustainability and other. They need to have some standards and certification so they can work toward these objectives.
Thank you. Vanessa.
So we thought about this quite a lot in the review, and we've set up we're in the process of setting up a Transition Finance Council for the UK. And one of the things we're suggesting that it does is develop relationships or leverage existing relationships market to market. Because actually globally, each market is trying to solve very similar issues, and we have slightly different strengths. And if we could work more collaboratively, we would get to the end point more quickly and effectively. So for example, the council is looking at capacity building here, communication. I'm sure you're thinking about similar things. They're thinking about similar things in Singapore. Actually, there is a way of doing this more efficiently if we talk to each other and share resources. So I think that's an obvious area.
I agree.
Dana, just thoughts on the collaboration opportunities. And then I'm going to come on to some of the risks.
Well, I think a lot of these were touched on. Just to reiterate, I think the role of blended finance is really critical to unlock, be it through guarantees or first loss capital in a fund structure or otherwise. I think the one thing to think about from a collaboration perspective that might not have been touched on is just the importance of thinking beyond a single investment and thinking almost across a country, across a region, planning out what that investment should look like on a holistic basis, what we call a country platform basis, and ensuring that things, wherever they are in the world, are thought of through the other person's lens as well. And it's an opportunity to find additional unlocks through exploring these collaborations and these frameworks and working together.
Now, I think on today of all days, it's fair to say we live in a fairly uncertain world. So if we think of it the other way around and some of the risks and challenges to achieving what we want to see here, what do you think, what's top of your list?
Well, from an investment perspective, I think there needs to be more concessionary capital out there, and I think we need to get more creative with the limited concessionary capital to ensure that we're maximizing its use. We talked about all the wonderful work that a lot of MDBs and DFIs are doing, but the reality is their capital is limited, and so we need to ensure that we're working with the private sector as well to bring that capital together to maximize its input. So I guess so one challenge I think is unlocking and leveraging concessionary capital. And another, I'd say, risk is not investing fast enough. so that we can get to scale where we need to be to start to drive down some of the costs of these technologies, be it carbon capture or renewable technologies.
Abdulaziz, how about from the Saudi perspective? What do you see as the big risks?
I think the biggest risk is misalignment. If there is misalignment, between countries with regard to sustainability, I think we will be in a divergence. I go back to the days of, for example, the COVID, when there was different rules for travel. It got confused everybody, and it took like 2 years before you recover from this. I think what we need to do is really have a dialogue, an open dialogue toward this, and have a better alignment so we can set the standard for sustainability objectives. That's it.
Vanessa, you delved quite deeply into the risks and challenges around in your review. Do you want to talk a little bit about them and how you see them and how we can get around them and surpass them?
So I think some of the risks are around, I agree on interoperability and just trying to use concessional finance more effectively. Some of the other issues are quite nebulous in that some of it is, I think there is a risk of going for perfection and spending an enormous amount of time looking for perfect definitions.
May I say hear, hear?
When actually we're not in a perfect world and we have to try and get capital to flow. So that's one issue. I think inertia is another issue, and silo challenges, and that is in the private and the public sector. It's just everybody is used to working in quite narrow verticals these days. And this isn't a verticals kind of a problem, so you have to think much more collaboratively. And I think the solution is to develop real economy policy at a much more granular level than we've had before. And to do that, you need policymakers, you need finance people, and you need sector people. Without that, you run the risk of creating uninvestable policies. So I think there are lots of different friction points that we need to unblock, and we need to get on with it, really.
So yes, so that brings us to the subject of next steps. One of the things I've been really impressed about today is the clarity of vision that's coming from our colleagues in Saudi Arabia with Vision 2030. And as one of the earlier speakers said, you can have a meeting with senior CEOs and then get in an Uber afterwards and both know where the
same language.
Yeah. So in clear terms, what do you think, and I'm going to come to you last, Vanessa, because you've written the review on it, but if I can come to you first, Abdulaziz, and Dana, what do you see as the clear next steps for us to achieve where we want to be on sustainable finance?
Like I mentioned, I think the first thing is to really have the regulations articulated very clear. That's one thing. And put incentives to companies that are basically committing to sustainability. I think that is very important. And thirdly, I think the regulatory framework, I think is an area where we have to really have it clear for people to operate on. And I think we need to also seed fund this from government entities, because sometimes in areas where it's unexplored, you need some government bodies to really sponsor these investments for the private sector to step in. And I think an example of this is NEOM, for example, in Saudi Arabia. It's an unexplored area. It's the government actually who is committing this, and it's purely clean environment, clean energy, and hydrogen, and all the sustainability aspects. So this is what you need, I guess, going forward. There's government commitment, regulatory framework, incentives, and regulation, I guess.
It just makes me think about the scale of those incentives. I think perhaps it's thought differently about in Saudi Arabia and the UK. I think, the UK were developing our own sovereign wealth fund sort of structures to do precisely this. But I think when people look at it, they'll be on a very different scale from what's imagined in Saudi Arabia. Dan, do you have a view on that and the next steps?
Well, first I'd say very well done in terms of summarizing the important points there. I think, look, to your question of scale, we have now set out the frameworks, and so it's upon us all now to start to drive capital and measure the impact. And so scale that's where we need to get to. We can't always be perfect, but we need to use these frameworks to drive that capital as quickly as possible. And that speed comes from collaboration, from transparency, from working to try to solve a problem together and leveraging off of these frameworks that we've all taken the time to design, and now we need to start using them to drive the capital.
Vanessa.
So I agree, we're now in an implementation phase, and I completely agree with you. So I'm adopting what you said. The role of government is really important because you cannot assume that finance will step into projects if they're not investable. So creating the policy environment for projects to be investable and for transition to be viable is critical. So in this country, we've got a whole bunch of policy measures that have been developed, and we need to put those out to consultation, and they've been delayed because of the election. But having transition planning, working out what we're doing on taxonomy, proposals in relation to the voluntary carbon market, those are all important, but the real piece is the development of national sector pathways and national transition planning, which will frame the UK's transition. And the review has looked at how the UK as a market can wrap itself around everybody else's transition using the frameworks and the methodologies that are already in place with our credibility guidelines and with a real enthusiasm for working to support across multiple markets. So that's what we need to do next.
Right. So, final question, what's your vision for where we'll be in 2030? In 5 years' time, where are we going to be on this? As the inventors of 2030, I'll come to you first, Abdulaziz.
Well, there is high expectation. But I guess, Vision 2030, I think it was initiated, and we all thought, that there is too much to do at the same time. But we're starting to see the results, actually. And the fact that Saudi Arabia now is winning the mandates for global events to accommodate all of us when all these projects are finished, I think it tells you where we're headed, basically. I think we are very optimistic in Saudi Arabia. Like you said, you talk to young people, you talk to old people, you talk to professionals, you talk to school teachers. They're all talking the same language, and we're very positive about the future. And we're very positive about what role Saudi Arabia can play to make the world a better place.
Vanessa, 2030, what will we have achieved?
I think we will be much clearer as to the role of transition finance. We'll be much clearer about transition pathways, and we will be further along in the UK in meeting our own 2030 targets. I mean, we've just seen a big report come out today about the decarbonisation of our power system. So we're really starting to move into the granular implementation phase, and it is super exciting if you're a nerd.
Dana.
I think three things that haven't been mentioned. I think one is we're going to have a vibrant and functioning voluntary carbon market. I think two, that technology pricing will come down, making it scale that much more quickly. But I think importantly, we will have we will have some of the heavy industries of today, like cement and steel, powered by renewables. And there will be strong countries that export renewable energy to these heavy industries. That's my prediction.
Thank you. Well, let's see what happens. That brings us to the end of our panel. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. And I'd particularly like to thank our excellent panelists, Vanessa, Abdulaziz, and Dana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Very well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of what I think was a very successful day. I want to extend sincere gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, attendees for your valuable contribution today. Your engagement was really crucial as we work to strengthen bilateral ties between the two countries going forward. We look forward to the CMF next year, 2025, and thank you again for joining us here today.